We are back. Let's go. What's up, everybody? We are back. Puff Puff Class 8. Where are we at right now? 8:58. Why am I looking at my phone? My computer's right there. 8:58, Wednesday, February 22nd. Got a bunch of readings to do for my Renaissance Lit class. After that, have 1 to 2 page write up to make for our proposed final project for the medieval class, as well as the annotated bibliographies for breakfast. As well as annotated bibliographies for all those classes. The 1 to 2 page write up for the medieval class isn't due until Friday at midnight. So that's like 2 whole days from now. And I have 2 presentations to give in class on Thursday. 1 in each class. One's a group presentation in the Renaissance class, and then a solo presentation in the medieval class. And then the 1 to 2 page write up on Friday night. And then next week by March 3rd, I think we need I have my to-do list here. 20-minute in-class presentation. Yeah. Okay. Individual research project. Okay, on the 3rd, I have to email the conference paper title and paper abstract by 9 p.m. to my professor. So not this Friday, but next Friday. The Friday after that is the annotated bibliography of 8 to 10 essay chapters or books that we're working on, along with the final paper title and abstract. And then a week after that is submit the conference presentation in written form, all relevant information, slideshow if you have one, so on and so forth. So definitely want to dial in hard for those. Been doing a lot of reading during these sessions, and I'm going to be moving a lot more to writing work in the coming sessions. So yeah, just gonna want to finish with the readings for this week, and then start working on the annotated bibliographies for all of them. Thinking about what I want my projects to be, well, for sure in the Renaissance classes, want to have a discussion of non-dualism and necropolitics in Attack on Titan. Call it Dying to Live. Something like that. Maybe something more clever. We'll see. But for the medieval class, we can either do an individual research project or organize an online exhibition via an app called, oh my god, that was spit everywhere. An app called Omeka that was hilarious. Gross. It's okay, it was just a little bit. Cool, so yeah, that's what we're doing. We're going to be working on the readings, completing the readings, and then working on the big assignments. I think for the medieval class, something about we're talking a lot about the difficulty in categorizing labor for text production away from who the star of a text is, mainly the author, and thinking about all the different types of production that go into a particular text. And I don't know, part of me wants to do is thinking about I don't know how to. I guess I'm concerned. I'm still thinking about it. I don't know whether I want to include a medieval manuscript, whether I want to use what we've learned about medieval manuscripts and apply it to albums, different types of work there. But we'll see. Definitely working on just the writing right now, so let's go ahead and get started. Or just the reading right now, so let's go ahead and get started on that. When did she write this bullshit? Like, what the fuck? How the fuck is Star Wars not in this? Like, yeah, like, you're fucking dumb, bro. Like, this is so goddamn funny. Okay, I just want to take a second to vehemently disagree with Susan Sontag. Like, I don't know you, lady, but this is fucking bullshit a little bit. The article specifically in Imagination of Disaster, where you literally say, like, literally, there is absolute, quote, direct quote, there is absolutely no social criticism of even the most implicit kind in science fiction films. No criticism, for example, of the conditions of our society, which create the impersonality and dehumanization which science fiction fantasies displace on the influence of an alien it. Also, the notion of science as social activity interlocking with social and political interests is unacknowledged. Science is simply either adventure or a technical response to danger. And typically when the fear of science is paramount, when science is conceived of as black magic rather than white, the evil has no attribution beyond that of the perverse will of an individual scientist. That is not... I feel like this is... Like, my visceral reaction of, like, this is bullshit. I feel like this is because there isn't a single fucking film on here that she uses in her analysis that goes past, like, 1960... like, 3 or some shit. Like, everything else, it's like she's talking about sci-fi shit, like old school sci-fi shit. She's not up on that new shit. She's not even talking about, like, Alien or Blade Runner or fucking Star Wars, which probably came out just like a couple of years after she was, like, writing this, maybe? I'm not sure. When did she write this? There's no quotations on the PDF. Like... Copyright 1965. Okay, like, come on, bro. I'm gonna take it with a grain of fucking salt. Listening to someone from 1965 talk about how science fiction films don't do shit. Like, all right, like, cool story, you know? Fair enough. At that point, probably absolutely correct. So that was a visceral reaction, not my academic reaction. But I mean, that's kind of what this is about. Also, is just kind of feeling my way through shit. It's interesting because there's a lot of breakdown of, you know, in the text there's a breakdown of formulaic interpretations of older science fiction films, like what are the types of films that they make, you know, how do they function, what is their, like, what are they trying to depict. It's just very funny that was her conclusion. You know, they're really dope. They're worth talking about, but they also, like, don't do any criticism. They don't do social nuance. Like, I think maybe that's right in retrospect. That's probably the right way to look at it at the time. And thoughts like that are probably what encouraged, or are part of what partially encouraged science fiction films being dope. Anyway, back to it. Just wanted to get that off. What's up? Where's my big girl? You are. see what Mo texted us? Oh, so cute. Okay. Okay, so super interesting writing. I know, isn't that adorable? Isn't that the cutest thing you done ever did? See, I remember everything. I just love you, okay? Okay. Alright. Oh. Okay. So we only have to read a chapter out of Necropolitics, but I decided to read the whole thing because I have to read it anyway, and I want to know what it says about what it has to say about, and I want to use it in my final project for the Renaissance Literature class. So we'll see how it goes. Got a couple of minutes left in my break right now. My brain is also kind of like spin cycling in regards to the annotated bibliography. It is like very interesting how, you know, this is kind of like how I teach it too, is like putting your ideas together, knowing what you're going to call upon, how you're going to use them, what they mean to each other, what they mean to you in terms of not emotional affect, but like what is their inherent meaning, what do you take away from it, how can you weave it together. And yeah, it's cool. It definitely, I always have like a built up pressure about doing assignments like this, and I'm just like, yeah, like I love to prepare, but execution just still fills me with, even if it's something silly like an annotated bibliography assignment, bro. If I sat down like right now and I needed to get like 10 sources out and an annotated bibliography done for all 10 sources, like that's fine. It's not about doing it. It's about like the development of a weird standard in your own head when you realize like it doesn't matter ultimately, like it doesn't matter what kind of grade you get or are going for ultimately in terms of like building your skill. The grade is more like evidentiary support of your ability to do things in class. But for me, what I'm also looking at it is like it's an opportunity for me to kind of put myself through the gym. You know, in Pokemon they have like different gym badges based on different like types of Pokemon. It feels very much like that, you know. I'm going into a particular gym and this, you know, coach has like a very particular style, a very particular way of framing material. You know, everybody's like a sort of generalist, but they're very deep into their field as well. And so like having interaction with all these different levels of standards and rubrics kind of layers them on top of another, and then there's kind of like a substrate of excellence that I feel like pervades all those different types of teaching methodologies. And like, you know, there's requirements. There's like a rubric. It has, you know, requirements for page numbers, amount of sources, stuff like that. But ultimately, like, it's crazy how even this far into this far into my like academic career, I'm still nervous. Like, I feel good. I feel very confident about being able to do good work. But until I get like feedback, I'm acutely aware of how much of that is like it feels kind of like built on in between place. It's not solidified in reality because there isn't necessarily any like external validation, but it is solidified in reality in that I feel it. But I realize like how precarious my faith and my belief in my own ability to work is, like how fragile, like how little movements can like make my confidence oscillate, my productivity, you know, variable. And I think that's kind of what I'm trying to do with these also, is to try and not have that kind of, try to like manage that by putting myself in situations where I don't have the option to revert to like my lesser tendencies. You know, you go to the gym, you have a plan, you start to, you know, get excited about it, you eat right, you sleep right, it does the work for you. You're doing the work, but the work works best for you when you're kind of treating it, like consecrating it a little bit. And I think that's something I want to do with this too. Definitely gotta wear pants, that's for sure. But do I have to? I don't think so. I don't think pants are necessary. But I definitely need to think about more exercises, things that I can work into my discipline on a regular basis that will like kind of pull me towards being able to create like annotated bibliographies, papers, things like that off rip. Maybe I just need to do that with like general thoughts. Like I tried blogging, I did that for a little bit, and then I kind of put that down. This seems easier because there's a little bit less like bandwidth issue, but now I'm starting to realize like a bandwidth issue is really just like a discipline thing, and perhaps I could just have like thoughts that I'm working on them for. Like I have different things that I do on Instagram, but I don't necessarily practice annotations and deep thought writing, publication of full pieces in a manner that's considered valuable outside of school, which is something I should definitely work on, you know? Because I am a good writer, and I should like, this shouldn't stay just here. So many contradictions within myself. So weird. Yeah. All right, let's get back to it. Shabuya. I'm just taking a second to, this is not necessarily work. I gotta learn to like put my phone away ish, but I'm like, my homie Patrick is working on a project presentation for a class, an extra like a class that he's auditing, or I guess sitting in on at USC. No, I haven't read it. He's doing his presentation on blood meridian. But I am acutely. All right. No more of that. Okay. Necropolitics is a cool book. This person, Akile Mbebe, very, very, I don't know if that's how I say it, but very, very dope. I enjoy this a lot. Very much in the, like a natural successor to Frantz Fanon, Aimé Césaire, you know, post-colonial black thinkers who are looking at, you know, the colonial project as the bullshit within it. Mbebe does a really good job of, within this first chapter, just breaking down kind of the historical roots of the text. What is this called? Exit from Democracy. Just like the movement, you know, basically describing how things, like how people started developing their ideas around their political and economic ideas, how they maneuver. It is very interesting how he describes his style of writing as being very figurative and also like moving around or like different subjects, but all coming back to the same focal points, which it does. It's very interesting, very well versed in a lot of different types of understandings, you know, slave mercantilism, political and geopolitical, economics, social issues, very wide-ranging, very like polyphonous, lots of different words, terms, ideas, sections of ideas kind of flowing together to be a cohesive whole. Essentially, the big buildup is talking about how, you know, how much violence still exists in a way that is kind of offset, like the very cultivation of a place that is, peaceful, governed by laws that everyone can respect, like just all the shit that people talk about with Western democracy, cultural hegemony, America. They basically, you know, because they have that small pocket of a walled garden, justify a world of fuck shit that happens in places that we don't get to see every day, with very natural consequences that kind of, you know, make a lot of sense. And the way that Mbebe talks about it is, at first there's a discussion of, you know, what like ontologically speaking, like how do we, you know, develop this idea of like anthropocentric meaning, you know, that man has an essence and we have a soul and we're different, we're special. And we must be, because look at all the cool stuff that we can do, and look at all the like things we make and how powerful we are. Like, we must be uniquely, you know, we have like a nature and like an essence that needs to be like proliferated. But it's really difficult to say that with surety, because once you start to examine it like a little bit, you're like, wait a second, like you can't actually tell me what a human being is. The very idea that you have like a soul and human nature is just like a deeply intuitive felt thing, which isn't necessarily untrue, but you gotta admit, like, intuitively felt experiences by your own exacting scientific standards don't necessarily hold up to scrutiny of existence. And you can like we're what does he have a line here, like, humans are the only ones to have in part freed themselves from animality, and having broken the chain of biological necessity, we've raised ourselves to the level of the divine. And it's just like all this shit, man. We do all this stuff to make ourselves feel, you know, like, be better than we are, without understanding the ways that we're like plastic, pollinated, grafted. Like, so much of us is not, there's no like original, there's no whole. There was no original ship of Theseus. There's just like boats that are built over and over on top of each other. And to have this attachment to like an essence is, I guess, like very, it doesn't, like, how does it say? Essence is, because we put so much fear, like, value in this, everything that we do is, what is it? Free reign to the dream of a truly limitless life. Free reign to the dream of a truly limitless life. That's fucking interesting. So that's basically saying, like, because we have this idea of freedom, of democracy, the same way that we have this idea of like a soul or an afterlife, the same way we believe in these things, that creates the energy, the power for us to basically do like all kinds of terrible shit, because we have these like these ends that we're reaching towards that are so grand. It's kind of like the dream of like space exploration. We read Parable of the Sower last week. I'm thinking about like Elon Musk and the main character of the Parable of the Sower, who were like, oh, you know, space exploration, colonization, or like, that's the future. And I don't, you know, it doesn't matter what future we have now, because we'll be working towards a better future then. But it's like, in the same sense, like the character in the novel, just like Elon Musk, can justify doing a lot of like, whether it's underhanded business practices on Elon Musk's part, or whether it's like, they'll say disingenuous business practices on Musk's part, or like the main character of the Parable of the Sower, who is like, you know, is essentially becoming a cult leader to like go to space. It's very, what is the difference in how we view these things? The difference is like we attach certain, like we attach like an identity, individuated, subjective form of thinking that allows us to be like, you know, that's, it may be more than what we see. It's like, again, the dream of a better world, whatever that is, continues to create like this nether world of things that actually are, that we just don't look at when they're happening, you know? Like Tesla, everybody's like, Tesla's just like the iPhones, except, you know, people know more about how those, you know, batteries and the material for those, you know, the cobalt, the lithium, like, the shit is not cool. It's definitely there. It's for sure a part of everything that's going on around us, is that there's these, I'm fucking using a MacBook right now. How much suffering goes into building this laptop? Does an ignorance of it, and then we learn to like either ignore it, or to when we think about it, to be like, oh, why are you just like beating a dead horse kind of thing? I don't know. That's where I'm thinking about it when I'm reading this text, and it's really getting into one of the lines I put down. You know, the history of the simultaneous enterprise of invention and reinvention, of dissimulation and occultation, could not be more paradoxical or indeed chaotic. It shows in any case the point to which democratic order is, in the diversity of its trajectories, notoriously equivocal. It's like, we go through histories, we basically, like, democracies reinvent and self-reinvent all the time, and because of that reinvention, self-reinvention, like, that's what we look for in a good democracy, right? It's like the ability to change. But because they're changing all the time, the price of that change is like, oh, we need to dissimulate or occult or like obscure or change or weirdify or propagandize the violent origins of that democratic experiment. It's kind of like how people will look like at the founding fathers, and they will not think about, they can't hold like founding fathers slavery and like founding fathers revolution, America, democracy. They look at, I feel like a lot of people don't hold those together. And if you don't hold it together and you just like let them be there in your mind in order to generate thoughts regarding like how paradoxical, chaotic, and strange and fucked up and weird that is, it's like you're not really gonna get the full picture of how strange the world is, how, you know, how the depths of meaning that are contained within the human condition. If you only look at things, you know, for what they are one at a time in that subjective, individuated way, and push that onto like, you know, societies change, always reinvent, invent, reinvent. You get capitalism, you get fucking dissimulation or occulting of history's origins and violence. Like, you get the inability to connect because people aren't actually thinking about it. And then you get people on like the right being like, why are you stuck in the past? And then you get people on the left being like, but you're doing the same thing. And then you'll have people on the left be like, yeah, there's too much, there's like a lot of political discourse and stuff that's like directly harmful. And then they can turn around, the right turns around and are like, so much of where woke ideology comes from, or like woke ideology, just like woke ideas, I don't know what to call it, ideology. Like, so much of where woke ideas come from is from places of like, of either capacity, access, or ability to process difficult material, or have the time to process difficult material, either historical textual material or like lived experience, and be able to translate that into ideas. That is a type of privilege as well. It's very difficult, and it's like nobody's incorrect, but nobody's on the button either. Very, very hard to figure out. Anyways, okay, back to it.
Huh? Sweetie. What are you doing? Huh? I'm gonna be tipsy. I'm taking my lady. You're my best friend. You're my best friend.
as everything is necropolitics. This is exactly how I feel about any book or idea. Once I get my hands on it and I start to like understand and parse it, I'm just like, oh my god, this totally explains everything in the world around me. I mean, that changes, and I am open and receptive and aware of that change being soon to come. But as of right now, where I stand, where I sit, and just where I sit with where I stand, where I'm standing, where I'm sitting, you know how it be. I'm just having a hard time not seeing, like not understanding. I'm having a hard time understanding why exactly nobody said, like, why don't we have all this shit already out here about fucking necropolitics and Attack on Titan? This shit is super fucking gelatinous. They gel like really, really well. It's incredible how well they correspond to each other. Like, so much of Mbebe's thoughts I've highlighted here, and I'm going to use in some way, shape, or form in my paper about necropolitics and Attack on Titan. But that's why, that's why I think it's really important to always remember the Titans, you know what I mean? Like, it's not always strong side, left side, everybody works out together, that dude from Sons of Anarchy and The Wire are best buds and it's all gonna be okay. There's, in Attack on Titan, it's so important to understand that the manner in which the story unfolds is like a direct coming of age revelation of a person understanding necropolitics. And what is necropolitics? Like, the idea basically about like how the state controls how you live and die, and does so on like a mass scale. And the issues don't become about like what kind of fuck shit you do. They don't become about doing the right thing or doing the wrong thing. They become about the degrees of the wrong thing that you can do to get away with and like consolidate power. And Attack on Titan is such a good evidence of this, and it's so indicative of how much there's so much that can be understood, I think, by understanding that text. Because, beginning with Eren Yeager's story within this, state, there's a loss of history. So the democratic experiment of having like everybody, live in this peaceful paradise, it's literally called paradise, in these like concentric circles, walls that, literally gradate society based on their resources, their power, their value to society as it exists in that way. And that's considered paradise. It's a walled garden where there's still so much poverty, but only on the outer areas where people don't see, very like Hunger Games type shit. Hunger Games, same thing. And then like, the state that is continually subjugating them, the state of Marley is, these Titans all exist to like subjugate them, to keep them in this place. Like, there's so many quotes here I have. Like, did I start my break already? Alright, I have like a minute. Let me find like some cool ones. So the history of the simultaneous enterprise of invention and reinvention, of dissimulation and occultation could not be more paradoxical or indeed chaotic. Shows in any case to the point to which democratic order is, in the diversity of its trajectory, is notoriously equivocal. They don't really give a shit. History is totally erased. They make it up. There's all these conflicting forms of history between Eldians and Marleyans, restorationists and the warriors. Like, how do we view history? And it's so paradoxical and so chaotic. They're all so wrong and so confusing. As many historians have remarked, both groups have as much difficulty separating completely from one another as they do uniting, end quote. This is fire as fuck, because this is like how do you separate the Marleyans and the Eldians? At first, where there is no separation, we get Eren, Annie, Mikasa, Armin, Bertolt, Reiner, all in the same group together. They are, for all intents and purposes, the same. and then they're presented as the same, then they are separated, and then we have so much difficulty separating them completely from one another, just as much as we do uniting them, you know, after they all have to get together to go kill Eren. This is all it's very difficult for these groups to be separate and united at the same time, because there's just so much crazy shit going on. Let's see. Oh man, yeah, this is crazy. So in this post-colony, so quote, post-colony is a relatively specific form of capture and emasculation of the desire for revolt and the will to struggle. Society's energies are reinvested not necessarily in work, profit-seeking, or the recapitulation of the world and its renewal, but in a sort of unmediated immediate enjoyment which is simultaneously empty of enjoyment and a libidinal sort of predation, all things that explain both the absence of revolutionary transformation and the established regime's lack of hegemony. Okay, so this is like the Attack on Titan world lacks a certain type of hegemony. Like there isn't like a great degree of like cultural pressure to be a certain type of way. This is evident in the manners in which Eren is even able to, you know, interact with the different levels of power and how change is able to occur. And there was for a long time the absence of revolutionary transformation until he becomes like super tapped into his Attack Titan, you know, future timeline powers and shit like that. Like there's a lack of hegemony, meaning there's like a lack of overall rule by the ruling class inside the walls of paradise. They just kind of like let shit rock. And there's also an absence of revolutionary transformation, because there's this thing that they have to do over and over again. Their energies are not towards like, you know, anything that capitalism would even value, like work, profit seeking, or recapitulating the world, renewing the world, but they're just kind of like are constantly doing unmediated immediate enjoyment that's not enjoyment, that's kind of predatory. That's the Titan shit. They'll go after the Titans all the time, so that's a way to prey on things, but they're also being preyed upon. It's empty of enjoyment because none of the scouts want to go out there to die, but it's also unmediated and immediate enjoyment because, you know, Eren's visceral reactions to like something that's super fucked up is immediately channeled into doing, you know, is unmediated, just plugged right into, oh, be a part of the war machine. Granted, it's the war machine of like the people who are, you know, losing, like getting Pyrrhic victories, like Pyrrhic losses, basically coming back feeling like it's a Pyrrhic victory, but it's like a horrible loss. But you can like write that off as being enjoyable in that it is like progressing your idea of your so-called attempts to push against the world order. In reality, you're just being plugged right back into the system. It's kind of like in 1984, like Wilson thinks he's doing all this shit that's like he's making choices, but really his choices are within a structure that plugs it back into just being battery juice, you know? Yeah, there's a lot of quotes that I could go into here, but I'm just going to keep reading, and I'll always go over my break because that's me, bro. So we here. Let's go. espresso shot a bit, dead bodies pile of shit. I got democracies to build before I'm out. I got colonies extrapolating in the south. I got commodities that's extracted at the mines. Little kids running home school, small rounds, small level, fucking small bow. Integrate like teeth full of blood with this couch. From the intersections in my intersections got me stuck. I'm a cross pollination with the politics of blood. Meaning congregation, others contemplating because everything is complicated. Any attempt to decipher what's up. I need to empathy if we can find it instant love. I'm almost like at least an entropy if there's nothing above, nothing below what I was discussed. The conversation service slow, hands stretching against the ice and glove. Give me feel, give me touch, feel enough for you and I. Know so never else. Still I find my way to center my because it's dead. If I see it, I'll never see it. Pressure could also be a stable for my will. But it's always finding pleasure, the discomfort, the disability, making myself better. I feel those times like needed sweaters, I was so low. Energy to make you feel like there used to be this blog I would love reading. It's called The Last Psychiatrist. You used to probably still find it online. And a lot of the discussion of the articles that I was really into was at a time where I was feeling very much lost. And the main crux of a lot of the articles on that blog site were a discussion by an anonymous author who has some kind of affiliation with the field of psychology or psychiatry. And just like this was really going into how narcissism was the deep issue of our time, of our age. And the understanding here in Necropolitics, Akili and Bebe describing, the need for an enemy as quasi-ontological, as a necessity defining meaning. And the examples that he uses are like war on terror, slavery, but Attack on Titan, man, like that is such a part of it. Is such an ontological quest to try and understand, like, why the fuck do we do this enemy thing? Why do we do this cycle of hatred thing? And why are we always doing it? I think about Aaron when he wants to think about this quote. When I'm reading this quote, think about so I want to go through a couple of quotes, and I'm going to say like the thing from Attack on Titan it reminds me of, and then think about how this can directly apply to that. So let's say Aaron's point of view when he decides he's going to complete the rumbling. Okay? Quote, "In the end, try as I might to destroy everything I abhor, this can never release me from my link to this destroyed third party or the third party from which I have separated myself. This is because the bad object and I are never entirely separable. At the same time, we are never entirely together." This is like literally, and Bebe speaking in Necropolitics to like my ideas of non-duality. Hey, bro. My ideas of non-duality and stuff that are going on in this text. I think it's like a perfect companion text to try and understand Attack on Titan and how it works. And it's specifically in terms of the ontological quest to try and understand and remove ourselves from the cycle of hatred. Another thing to think about is, the continuation of the cycle of hatred. Why is it that they feel like, the Eldians and Marleyans feel compelled to constantly move towards each other in terms of like, we have to be at war all the time. I think he has a quote here that I found that I thought was super fire. He says something about how it becomes necessary to live by the sword. Underwritten by the law of the sword, these stories all... Okay, so the quote is, these stories all share a common thread. The norm is now to live by the sword. Including in democracies, political struggle increasingly consists in a struggle to know who can develop the most repressive measures faced with the enemy threat. Not only has contemporary war changed its face during the special operations conducted by formally constituted armed forces, think the scouts, think the warriors, supposed enemies are coldly dispatched at point-blank range without warning, with no way out, without any risk that the said enemies might retaliate. Assassination does not only provide the occasion for a passing salvo, it marks the return to an archaic mode of functioning in which the distinction no longer exists between the libidinal drives, properly speaking, and the death drives as such. So, like, doing shit because you feel like you want to, you're like driven by your emotions, and doing shit in terms of like you feel like you have to, they kind of line up really well when you live in a world where you have to live by the sword. And it kind of makes you think about, the way that the Marleyans send Titans to kill people and kill the Eldians in Paradise, and the way the Eldians like infiltrate Liberio to kill all the innocent people in there. So the quote is the act of killing innocent civilians with a drone or through, albeit precision, airstrikes, blinder, more moral or more clinical than slitting someone's throat or his decapitation? Does the human of terror kill his enemies for what they are and for that alone? Does he deny them the right to live for what they think? Does he really want to know what they say and what they do? Or does he need only their being there, armed or not, Muslim or impious, locals or not, at the wrong place and time? So like the vacillation between when you start the story in Attack on Titan, and when you start the story on Attack on Titan, and when you're getting closer to the end. When you start it, it's like you don't really need anything from the enemy except to just be the enemy and be there. And as it goes on, when we become, as the readers, more aware of the lost history of this titanic world that Hajime Isayama has built, we're able to understand more clearly, oh, okay, this is what happens when you're born into a world that has all these preconditions, lacks a, take Attack on Titan as a way to view that, There's a lost history. This is a case in a lot of manga, by the way. There's a lost history. There are all these, the quest for that lost history becomes incredibly tied to like a narcissistic drive towards establishing an identity that is outside of power structures. Think Eren, like as he moves towards Grisha's key. And then you get to a place where you have the knowledge of the history, and you have lots of different things to go with, but Eren's particular path is the path that is kind of reifying the destructive impulse that is part of that cycle of hatred. There is no breaking it. He talks all about how, like, I'm going to kill the Titans, I'm going to bring an end to this world. And when you think about that, it's like killing the Titans and bringing an end to the world. It's like you are going to kill the Titans, but the Titans are you. You're going to kill yourself, and you're going to bring an end to the world that is. You're going to do it with the most amount of destruction possible, which he does. But we see in the later panels, like, the cycle starts back up again. I mean, we don't know how long, but not super soon afterwards, the tree's still there. It's just crazy to think about how deeply ingrained the material conditions are that create that cycle of violence, of hatred, of the necropolitic. Everything's dead and alive. It's like the worlds have ended so many times. The worlds are beginning all the time. This feels like such a cool way to look at the world in a manner that reminds me of his Dark Materials, when Will is in the city of Sitagatse, and you can see the specters like walking around waiting for people to like turn into adults and then jack them, and it's just like, oh man, you can see the ways. Like, seeing the specter in his Dark Materials is a lot like Aaron learning the history of the world, is a lot like, us learning, not even Aaron learning the history of the world, us learning the history of the world. We can see the specters of the necropolitic. We can see like the shit that you can't see with your eyes that affects everything that you do see with your eyes. Very interesting stuff. Super, super interesting. Did I even start my break? I didn't even fucking start my break. Alright, I'm going to use the bathroom, and then we're going to keep on doing this. So, you're... Okay, so I have like a couple more seconds left in the break. I got an email from my professor checking in about my seminar project. Range of perspectives in the very notion of cultural hybridity, many from decolonial versus post-colonial perspectives that I might be interested in. If so, no rush, just a thought and possible marker for future conversation. She's a fantastic professor. I'm just going to say it. Professor Carla Mazio is a fantastic human being. She is so engaging and so provocative. Intellectually provocative. When I'm in her class, as well as Professor Andrea Denny Brown, who I got my class with, honestly, all my professors, I'm just gonna they're really amazing. But she is very, very cool in that the man, I don't even think this is particular to her. It is not especially true of any of my professors, but it's just something that I was thinking about right now because I got that email from her, is that she evidences, as with several of the professors that I've had so far in the program, granted only being to 2 quarters, 20 weeks or so plus, it is so awesome to be around people who are like so clearly intellectually formidable, but are guides. They're like shamanic guides through all of these deep ideas. And there's like a lot of trust that you gotta have to be guided by someone through the marshes, you know? You gotta be able to really look at somebody and say, okay, this person is going to teach me. They're not going to just they're gonna expect a lot of me, but they're also going to educate me further on the manner in which I can actually like interact with these ideas without them there, you know? And it's not even necessarily the engagement itself. It's more like they're always pushing you to try and like think deeper, have more critical insight, write better. The writing is we're not even there yet because it's such like the way that composition courses teach writing formulaically versus like the way that good writing actually comes across is so different. So it's going to be interesting to teach next year to see like what's going on with how, you know, teaching, learning, you know, being a student and being a teacher. Because you call it a TA, but like you're teaching a class. I mean, I don't really get that distinction. It's like, oh, I'm a teacher's assistant. It's like I'm teaching an intro class at a UC. Like, I don't understand. You're not getting some fucking idiot to do it, right? Like you can't. So okay, so I'm a teacher at the UC, right? It's weird. It's a weird distinction. Not to that it's cool for there to be like gradients between like professors and who've been like in the game for a long time, been learning, studying for a long ass time, produced a lot. But yeah, just that distinction is just weird. Like you're definitely not like the average bloke. Anyways, let's get back to the thing. All right, cool. These are What the heck? Alright, we are at the 15-minute break. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to make myself a peanut butter jelly sandwich with a banana. Or I'm going to have a banana as well. That sounds good. I'm going to have to get this snack on, brother. The readings are super fun, super interesting. I'm going to take a short break from the reading and answer this email from my professor asking about my interest in the third space and wondering if it's an issue I'm going to grapple with for my seminar project, range of perspectives in the very notion of cultural hybridity, many from decolonial via post-colonial versus post-colonial perspectives that I might be interested in, if so. So I am curious as to how I'm supposed to, the different levels of engagement with the Attack on Titan piece. It's going to be like how can I have this conversation, right? In order to be like super genuine, I got to look at the text as a and then how it connects to these different thoughts. So the text itself, there's what comes before the text in historical context. So that is Japanese imperialist traditions relationship with Western cultural hegemony moving into the 21st century. That's probably a big one. Manga culture, its particular effect on like its particular relationship with like manga culture. Where does it fall in the tradition of manga culture? How does it connect to necropolitics? How does it connect? Like, how do necropolitics and stuff, like Attack on Titan, basically I want it to be like, I want to situate it like at the end of all of this delicate dance of all these different things, like Japan, World War II, post-colonial decolonialization, their history with colonialism, the being those who commit atrocities. It could be like a historical case study. I think I'm gonna like put forth several different like potential perspectives. I'm gonna be like, oh, this is like the Japanese history, the historical angle, looking at it as like from a geopolitical standpoint. This is but there's all this stuff that I could talk about: geopolitics, necropolitics, non-dualism and necropolitics in Attack on Titan for sure. But how do I structure that conversation? What are the things that I have to talk about in order to talk about it? Like, is the tradition, am I supposed to talk about non-dualism as it appears in Japanese culture, or as I understand it from Hinduism, how those play, how the interplay between necropolitics, it just feels like a perfect storm. Necropolitics has so much of non-dualism in it, in a clear, evident text of post-colony, examination of the particular post-colony and Attack on Titan. Very interesting. Okay, I'm going to take a break now, and I'll be back.
Check it. Check it. Check it.
Okay. So we're about 3 some hours and change in. About halfway through. Halfway? Quarter of the way through Necropolitics. It's just a fun read. But I'm going to take a break from this real quick. I have to come back to it, but actually, I don't think I do have to do that right now. I was going to respond to an email from my professor, but she literally put no rush. So I might take her up on that and just kind of think about what I want to say. Because I feel like, with like classmates and stuff, I definitely need to be prompt with my responses to emails. But when it comes to professors asking me questions about projects, I should like really take time to think about what I'm trying to say and like formulate the response before I send it, rather than just like off the cuff it. Yeah, so that's where I'm at. My fiance is going to go for a walk with the dogs in a bit, and I would love to join her, but honestly, I think I need to work on this 1 to 2 page write-up for my medieval literature class as well. And then I can spend the rest of the time compiling the annotated bibliography for the project that is due in 3 weeks for my Renaissance Lit class. Okay, let's keep going. Project idea centered around Yeah, so where are we at? Oh, necropolitics is incredibly dense. Excuse me. Oh shit. Yeah, it's a really dense book. But it's a fun read. When I got to the section that talks about nano-racism, I could feel myself resisting it because I'm like, nano-racism? But then I thought about it and I'm like, yeah, of course, like, all manner of ideas permeate our everyday. Why is it that we only put stock by the good ones being the most permeable across time and culture? The bad ones can be too, you know? So yeah, we will see how this goes. It's interesting. I am going to I'm thinking more about like how to respond to my professor's email right now. Like whether Homie Baba's idea of like a culture of hybridity is something that I'm going to bring into the discussion, because it feels like, you know, I could go like look at all these different like articles and shit, but I don't need to pull from, I don't know. There's so many primary texts that I can draw from. Like if I'm talking about non-dualism and necropolitics and Attack on Titan, I can talk about. I could start with Frantz Fanon, Wretched of the Earth. I could go Aimé Césaire. I could go Akila Mbebe. I could go non-dualism as it's discussed in like Hindu philosophy. So texts that discuss non-dualism more in depth from an Eastern perspective or an Indian perspective. Let's see. Fuzzy concepts. Advaita Vedanta. David Loy. Who is David Loy? American scholar of Zen. Maybe Purusha, Thuryasaj, Luminous Mind, Rupa, Buddhist tradition associated with teachings of independence, two truths, Madhyamaka, different shades, Advaita Vedanta, Vishita, Advaita Vedanta, Vaishnavism, non-dual Shaivism, Shaktism, non-dual awareness, non-awareness. Dictionary of Indian Philosophy. Concise Dictionary of Indian Philosophy is a text. Introductory Dictionary of Theological Studies. Non-dual awareness also on Sufism, Christian mysticism, Neoplatonism, Western Neoplatonism. Non-dual. So guide review non-duality, a study in comparative philosophy. Oh, what's this? Non-duality, a study in comparative philosophy by David Loy. Is this a good text? Interesting. Okay, it's time to go again, I guess. Oh, Yale University Press. Okay. That's what's up. Okay. Dope. Dope. I should definitely check this book out. Non-Duality, A Study in Comparative Philosophy by David Lloyd, New Haven, Yale University Press. So it's like reputable shit. I could use that as my basis for non-dual distinction. So I'll be working on stuff that David Lloyd says and stuff that Achillean Bebe says in like a juxtaposition. Okay. Let's just keep reading. Yes.
On tonight's program, ladies and gentlemen, we have something that's going to make you sick.
There it is. There it is. I'm not a Marxist. turn that off. I'll open the window. What are you doing? Okay.
This ain't rapping, this is street hop. Yo. Yo. You know what I'm saying?